Oh, hello, that's a hole.
Nursie! I like it, firm and fruity. Am I pleased to see you, or did I just put a canoe in my pocket?
Good morning, everybody. Welcome in, Curl. Thank you for that sub. 43 months. That is unbelievable. One, that you've subscribed that many times. Two, that I've been streaming for that long. That is incredible, actually. So I am just organizing a few last things on my desk here. I'm going to get right back into
Your
the
balls
Grimoire
are
today.
itching. You have to keep the gun on me, but dear God, it's like spiders are crawling all over them. Jesus.
And so it begins. Okay, so the desk is not as messy as it has been in the past. I just want to clean up some of the dust here. Show you what I'm doing here. It's just dust from sanding. I've been sanding the last couple nights since the stream on Thursday. Funny. It's from the Beard Club. It's the only use I have for this thing. I suppose I could use it for shoes, but this is needed here too, so it works. All right, so I got a couple extra here. There's a few more that I had to reprint. A few more pieces that had to be reprinted, so they're here as well. How's everybody's week been so far? Well, how was everybody's weekend? Happy Mother's Day to the mothers out there, by the way. Whoa! Good morning, Sammy. How you doing? I'm awake now, thanks. Don't need caffeine. Not after that. Certainly not after that. Playing Code Vein. Nice. Very, very nice. This one is one of the trickier ones to do. There's support here, but I'm not sure why. Just okay, Sammy? Yeah. I hope things get better for you. Not understanding the daily question. You weren't in the prime time then. Danny, D.E. Danny, was talking about a product called Gamer Goo, and we were everybody was teasing her about the about it. And apparently it comes in scents, but she called it flavors. Chat since still in slow mode. Okay, let's see. It should be in slow mode. Okay. KLJ, thank you so much. I am trying to take it out of slow mode. How do I take Twitch out of slow mode? No, don't want to do that. Oh. Thanks, Kuro. Thank you. Wasn't intentional to leave it on. I thought it was cleared automatically. But apparently, when you manually put it into slow mode, you have to manually take it out. Okay. Thank you very much. This Revenant is fast. Yes. Appreciated. Very appreciated. Okay. I don't know why the support material is stuck in here so well today. It shouldn't be. But it is a very tight spot in there, so that could be why. So yesterday Mrs. Thies and I went over to our son's place for lunch and Mother's Day, and I got something to show you. A second. My granddaughter. Where's my mouse? My mouse is going over there again. There it is. There it is. My granddaughter gave me the first flowers I've ever received. And they're trans-colored. They've been dyed pink, white, and blue. I love it. I love them very much. That's my granddaughter. And I'm missing my drill. There it is. I need the drill. Clean this out here. It's this slot here for the hinge pin to go into, and the support is still in there, printing in there. Unfortunately, this piece, it's so thin I can't do my normal trick to prevent it from filling up with the support material. So I have to leave support on to get that to print properly. But that is enough, and we'll just drill that out very carefully. There we go. That worked. Nice and clean and neat. And one for Sammy barking at me earlier too. Forgot that. Ah, got me again. Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Oh my goodness. And so it begins. How many times now? 261 since we began counting. That was only, what, 4 weeks ago we began counting. That's actually pretty good. Tenno Dragon, thank you so much for that jump scare. Has it been 6 weeks? Okay, so 6 weeks. It's still pretty good. That is not going to start easy. Okay, see if I can get this out a little bit more. How you doing today, Gizmo? Nice. Work going okay? Yes, they did. They don't raid people unexpectedly, so I knew it was coming. We prepared. There we go. I gotta tell you, missing one fingernail feels very strange. And sometimes actually feels like it hurts. And I just screwed that one up. Okay, I'm gonna have to do a redesign on this piece because I broke through drilling that out. So that is trash. Okay, well with that done. What was that? As for you, might have to start work at 7 a.m. on Tuesday. But that's Is that later or earlier than normal for you? 7 a.m. is normal time for me to start. Our warehouse operates from 7 till 3:30 every weekday. Shipping is open from 7:30 to 3. Of course, as the shipper, I still got to be there with everybody else. Oh, earlier. Okay, so that's not so bad. You get to sleep in a little bit or relax a little bit more before you head in. Usual start is... Oh, it's earlier. Okay. Sorry, I thought you meant you start earlier. Okay. Back to the grind. Bit more caffeine. Less sleep because of the wife working too? Yeah. Speaking of wife working, looks like Mrs. Thies is going to need to go back to work because they decided that she's not disabled. She can do their little routine things, their physical things, and it's not that. That have things that have nothing to do with her job. They tested her on and said, "Oh, you're not disabled." It's like years ago, my employer, who was a amputee, a through-the-knee amputee, for his disability allowance, he had to fill out the forms every few years, and one of the questions on the form was, "Can you walk? 300 meters?" Well, yes, technically he can with his leg, with his artificial leg. And because he answered that, answered affirmative to that, they said, "Oh, he's not disabled anymore, and he doesn't qualify for any benefits." He protested, and they still refused to give him any benefits back, so he had to actually appear in court without his leg. That sort of thing is just ridiculous. Yeah, it's crazy. It's bureaucracy. It's bureaucrats who don't think outside of a very narrow set of boundaries. I can't pronounce Pupricus? Good morning. Did I get that name? Pupricus. Good morning. How you doing? I just realized I'm still wearing my sweater and it's getting hot down here already. Ouch. Didn't actually hurt, it just surprised me. Thank you. I love this effect. It's a magnetic polish. I have something planned like this similar for TennoCon. When I go to TennoCon, they will be a bright blue with that magnetic finish and one accent nail made to look like a pen nib. Of course, because I'm going to be carrying the Grimoire. This is going to need a little bit of filling. I've torn away, there's a little bit here and there, little spots that there is the line adhesion, layer adhesion failed a little bit. That's the wrong remote. Where's the remote for the camera? That has no batteries. I can't find the camera remote. I've got two cameras identical. They both have the same remote. I can't find either one. There it is. So I'll show you what I'm looking at here. Come on, up close. There we go. So right in there, there's a little spot. Their layer adhesion. There's some bubbles here as well that poke through. That's all going to be filled. But that's what we're looking at. And there is a trick I use for that now. Used to rely just solely on the primer paint and sanding and the filler primer. I've got another method that has been giving me some really nice smooth finishes. Not this year. No cosplay for me this year. I've been helping another cosplayer with her cosplay, and unfortunately, due to circumstances beyond her control, she is not going to be able to attend this year. So I have not done a cosplay this year at all. No preparation for cosplay. I am just going to be out there and being myself. But I will be carrying props. Of course, I'm going to be carrying the Grimoire with me everywhere I go, and I'm going to be carrying another prop. I'm not sure what else I'll be carrying, but I will have another prop there. And for Sunday morning in the park, I will be bringing a pair of these. Oops, that's coming out. I'm done. A pair of Noodletrons. This one is the prototype. It's quite heavy. It cannot be used for fun, but I will be doing bringing a couple of these which are fun ready, so safe to play with and hit others with. A little bit more flexible so that they don't actually have anything rigid in them, but I will be bringing a couple pool noodles just so that we can have a little bit of fun. Getting hot. Physical work like this, just heat up fast. Okay. And I have the wrong camera on. Back to this one. And it promises to be a nice hot day today too, so looking forward to that. Mrs. Thies and I have some plans for the afternoon. We'll be outside for that. Oh yeah, they're gonna have fun. There's a lot of people who want that. They want me to bring them. Oh, thank you for the follow. Venom. How you doing? Welcome aboard. I see from our instruments that we have a couple of hitchhikers aboard our ship. Hello, wherever you are. This bit that I'm prying out here is for a magnet. I'll show you on the first grimoire here. Underside on here, there's a magnet that lines up with this piece under here. Magnet right there in the center of it. And there's a magnet inside underneath the oval that it lines up with so that it can actually clip into place without actually having any détente or anything. It just pulls into place. I still love that. The way that opens up, it's just beautiful. It works so much smoother than I hoped. I was planned for having to do some adjustments and make sure that it gets something a little bit different. Hey Jedi, how you doing? Good to see ya. I need some chisels. Need my itty bitty chisel. I know right now there are a lot of people who are worried about their Tenocon plans. With fuel prices going up, there's surcharges, a lot of canceled flights. Unfortunately, airlines are canceling flights. Thankfully, I'm flying flying a major route, so I don't think I have to worry about a canceled flight. And both of my flights are on the larger aircraft, so there is that. I feel panicked. I can't wait for Tenocon, but I'm still panicked trying to get everything done. Once this one is done, I can relax a little, and then I have a bit more than a month to complete the next one. Three grimoires in just a few months. I do hope to get into the game a little bit later today after we get a bit of this work done. I want to get into some of the other trim pieces and the cover pieces as well, like these ones here. We should be doing a little bit more the filler on that as well, so I should probably grab one of the others. We'll do that one next. Sanding in there is tricky. Get right in there with this. I think I need a file for that. Clean that out. I have a file here somewhere. Where is my toolkit? Right here. Little flat file there. And we have an ad break starting already. Has it been a half hour already? There, I think that worked. I'll just sand up the sides a bit more. I'm hoping that later on today I'll be able to begin painting the ovals. Get all of the ovals. There's one more printing right now, so unfortunately I forgot to print that one too. Never got printed, or it got lost after it was printed. Cannot find it anywhere. That happens often enough. And what'll happen is a year later I'll find the part. Just sit somewhere. Have to get to your infusion? Well, thank you for the follow, and thank you for joining us today. You have a great day. Take care. Have fun. All right. Getting in there is not easy. I think I need new sandpaper on this. Tiny little motions here. Itty bitty little strokes. Feel like I'm not getting anything done. Might be easier with a sanding sponge. And welcome back from the ad. Thank you for sticking around. This is, for me, the most tedious part of making the props, putting it all together. Personally, my favorite part is the design process. Can I lurk for breakfast, friends? Well, thank you for the lurk. I think that is good. Get a little bit of there's some in there that needs to be cleared. I don't know if you can hear it or not. In the background, my printer is going. It's printing off one last piece for this, which will actually be a second last piece because I just broke one. And have to print another. But seriously, this is the part that I find the most boring. There's so much more interesting things to do than this. that doesn't actually have to be clear in there, just flat. So why am I worrying about that? That'll never be seen. Okay, time to rotate this out. Get some fresh sandpaper exposed, and there we go. Pop that back in. There. Fresh sandpaper. I love this little tool. The way it was designed is just amazing. Got that one. That's the one I want. Ah! Oh my goodness. Wow. Thanks for that, Sammy. I'm awake. Definitely awake. Come on. Be nice. There we go. Much better. All right, that one's done. Let's get, oh, that feels so smooth now. Oh my God. Sand this out here. Yeah, there is a texture to this that feels slightly rough. This is feeling like glass. That's the kind of finish and smoothness that I want on these. A bit fresher here. Do have to get a different color paint for this though. The mahogany that I was using was too dark. It was too close to the bronze, so I need something a little bit lighter so that it actually shows the contrast. Okay, save it there. Got it. Trying to get in there, and I just can't. If I roll some up, maybe that'll help a little bit. Not by much, though. Oh, thank you for the follow. Papa Yeti. Welcome aboard. Thank you for the follow. This piece is supposed to be like smooth leather. A nice smooth glossy finish is what I'm looking for. Well, it'll be a matte finish on the leather and a glossy metallic on all the other pieces. That's feeling good there. That's very smooth. Impressively smooth, actually. All of that. Let me just pull out the Grimoire again, the finished one. So what we're doing is we have the Grimoire here, and this is one of these pieces right there. Goes in there. This is the leather kind of finish, and then this is supposed to be a metallic bronze. The finish on mine here isn't exactly what I want it to be. So these pieces in here, these front pieces are supposed to be a shiny, shiny bronze. What I need to do, though, is I need to actually paint the thing with the primer, or paint the pieces, these ones here, which we'll be getting to today. These need to be primed, and then they need to be painted in a gloss gold like this is, a little bit more metallic. Then, after that, I can paint the bronze over it, and the bronze actually sinks. The gold will pop through and highlight all of the high lines or high points if I do it properly. It's timing more than anything else with that. So I've got to make sure that I have a full afternoon to be able to do it, because it's only in that little window that you can affect that. If the gold cures too much, it won't sink. Or it won't allow the bronze color to sink.
Nursie!
Wow,
I like it
Shem,
firm and
good
fruity.
morning.
Am I pleased to see you, or did I just put a canoe in my pocket?
Morning, Shem. How you doing? Put that back up there so I don't break anything. And there's some pieces in here that I clocked up with the I need the glasses here. The canoe says, "Oh, oh my God! You can tell your canoe hello too." Okay, I did get a little bit too much of the acrylic resin in here, so I got to clean it out. Scrape it all out. Got to be careful doing that on all the others. I'll put this one on the back cover so it's not as noticeable, I think. if I make an error here. I think it should be fine, as long as I'm careful. This got completely filled. There's a bit of chiseling it out. Whoa! Don't do that. Much better. And in here, there's a hinge piece that goes in here, so it's got to be really clean. Right down to the plastic. There we go. Last 3 days having to be tech support for... Maybe you can have bamboo shoved under your toenails. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry about that, Shem. I know what it's like trying to solve all the technical problems and explanations for someone aging. It's not intuitive for them. We, however, are the generation that grew up on both sides of the technical coin. So we grew up with it as it was growing too. The screw up was on our end. How so? I hear the proverbial collective societal hour in that. That's pretty tough. Okay, word for anybody else who wants to use the acrylic resin like this, be very careful where you put it. If you put it in the wrong spot, removing it can be very difficult. This is really frustratingly difficult. Trying to get it all out. Goes. Little bits here, little bits there, releasing. Nothing really quick and clear though. Yes, I am using an acrylic resin, this stuff here. That is a acrylic resin. It's intended to be put in and just left. It goes perfectly clear. Might as well be adamantium. Not quite. Certainly feels like it though. It's about as frustrating as that. Once it's cured, it's really hard. hit this with a little bit of sandpaper too. Just get last little bits out of it. But I think that's got it. That should be fine now. Now this, just run a bit through here, in there, just to smooth that bit out. There we go. Smooth as glass. There's a little bit of a ripple here I don't like. Take care of that too. Just got to blend those two surfaces together. Two different applications of the resin, so there's a little bit of a line where the one overflowed onto the other. This is why they have all those tourist trap skyline, and yeah, that's pretty tough stuff. That's what it's for. For sealing things into that. I don't think breathing this would be all that good, so I want to keep the dust under control. So there is that too. But that is smooth. That's a smoother finish than I've ever done in the past. That is just shockingly smooth. Okay, we'll do the other side for that one too. So that is its mate here. We will prep this one. I don't think they make it out of this kind of resin, but yeah, they do make acrylic for the not as deep vehicles. All sorts of different materials that would be probably better suited for deeper dives. Ultimately, cameras would be better. Do I have another layer there? There it is. Okay, yep, right there. There we go. Okay, that's good enough there. Get these bits out. The little détentes. These are just registration points to help with alignment. Make sure pieces lock together properly. And this one here. It's going to take a chisel, I think. Ow. Still haven't gotten that nail fixed. I don't know that I can, because my nail is so paper thin. Let's see if I still have it here. It fell off while I was at work. Or came off. Okay, I peeled it off because it had peeled back so far. And I don't seem to have it in my pocket anymore. I pulled it out and put it somewhere. I thought it was in that pocket. Not like I really have pockets. Barely get my fingers in there. Okay. Get that sanded too. That's going to be tricky to sand. Always is. But give it a try. This is the good copy of the Grimoire. This is the one that's going to DE. The other's a prototype. It's a good copy. It served its purpose. Helped me figure out how to put it together properly. Helped me figure out how to paint it properly. All the little quirks in putting it together. That's why prototyping is important. It's not just the fit and doing the first one. That's not why. It's any adjustments that need to be made. This model here has had adjustments made since the last one. Little pieces here and there have been adjusted, redone, redesigned. Go. And one new pad. Coffee. I really want that on a control pedal. This is the tricky spot in here that this piece, this machine works best for. I love this high torque motor. It is great. You can press and it's not going to slow down much. Nice. I wonder how will it affect this if I sand with this. That glass smooth finish is gone, but I think that ridge is gone too, so just touch it up. Just like that. Glass smooth again. And I don't think there is a visible ridge anymore. Beautiful. Okay. That's good. Back to this one. Clearing out the rest of the strings and support. There. Go. Much better. Okay. Now I can clean that out if I could see it. I need to see what I'm working on. There. Nice and clean. Shave that out. Sand the front of this too. Okay. Also a bit of rounding out all the bottom corners. Just makes it easier for things to actually pop together. Okay, reverse. Again, like I said, this would be so much easier if I could just reverse it like that with a foot pedal or something. You have to clear out things need doing, not tech support. All right. You have a great day, Shem. Take care. Thank you for being here. Can't wait for ChannelCon. It's so hard to wait. But I also feel so rushed. Such a weird feeling. All right. There we go. Turn that off. Get in here, take out all the little bits that shouldn't be there. Deeper that. That is where pieces slot together, so it takes a little bit more process. It's the processing. All of this work is so tedious to me. Right there on the edge I didn't do. Didn't do this edge. Just the bottom edge that I'm doing. Okay, looks good. One of these days, if I can ever find the time, I will rewire that cable so that it actually works the way I would prefer it to. It's cleaned out. Alright, a little bit in there, pieces here and there, little blobs. Blobs of overprint. Okay. Time for this. And where did my big brush go? There it is. Yep. Okay. Let's get rid of some of the dust here. So it is not in the way. Not getting too much on the finished product. My thighs are covered in dust. All that sanding dust. Okay, that, and where did I stick the brush? Right here. There we are. And it really smells like Vicks Vapor Rub. I don't know why. No, it's Buckley's. That's what it smells like. It smells like Buckley's cough syrup. Guess. Might have a pine resin in this. Good morning, Thomas. How you doing? So good to see ya. If you were in on Thursday evening, I can't remember if I saw you or not. This is a new thing that I've discovered. Acrylic resin for smoothing, and it's given me such a glassy finish on the final product. It's really, really nice. More, I think. I'm gonna need to get myself a bigger bottle of this. I got this because it was small enough and I could afford it at the time, just as an experiment to see if it would work, and I was so impressed with how it worked. Just can't not use it now. Okay, set that aside. That aside as well. And you know what? I have been on the ball with this. We've got some giveaways to give away. Exclamation point rigged for your chance to win 75 platinum courtesy of Digital Extremes. Okay, we'll just put this in the light box, and I don't want to lose those tips. Those are for my heels. In the light box you go, right there. Minute and a half that side, and then we'll do the other side. I've got parts coming to build a much bigger light box, and that will be a whole lot easier to work with. I can just put everything in the box. I've got UV floodlights coming. Okay, where is the stuff here? There we are. Just a little bit there. A little bit there. Get that bit in there in the middle. What I want to do is bring this right out onto the edges. So a little bead all the way around, I think. This will help to fill in any layer lines that I missed or just weren't cooperating. There. That's going to work. Okay, set that aside. We'll pop this in there. And turn this around and pop it in as well. Now let's give another one of these a try. This is one that was difficult to sand as well, so we'll do it too. We'll do around the edges first. Actually, I can do the whole thing. Hey, how you doing? Srukpa, welcome in. Always nice to see new names in. I hope I didn't butcher your name too badly. This is a little bit of resin here. Craving sugar. X is enough? Okay. I think I'm craving caffeine more than anything else. I am craving caffeine. I need more coffee. So we'll just resolve that.
Yes, it's coffee time.
Coffee time.
Coffee. Cappuccino. Java. Yes.
Why is that not cooperating? Because I opened it up too far? I did. There we go. You're on your 4th espresso. Okay, that's a bit much. 4 espressos. Okay, a little bit tacky, but let's see. Is this one feeling also a wee bit tacky, but it's still good. It is toasting. Put that one in there completely. It takes a few cycles in there for it to completely harden. This one here will get the mate for it done as well. I'm hoping to actually paint these today, or get them primed today. It's 8 or 9 a day. Oh my god. That's sweet. I typically have a full liter of coffee, about 4 cups of coffee in a day, and that's it. That's all I can handle. I go with a medium to dark roast. I like the flavors of the dark roast, and I want the caffeine from a medium, so I kind of blend them. Six to 8 cups of espresso in a day. Oh my goodness. I'd be so wired. I wouldn't sleep for a week. That's nice. Okay, that over there too. 8 or 9. Oh my god. Sorry, not 6 to 8. 8 or 9. Good god. That one's nice and smooth here. You have an espresso machine. Oh, yep. Little bombs. Okay, well that's not bad, but still. That is still a lot of espresso in a day. Put that back in again. Another minute and a half. Sorry, it's 2 minutes. 120 seconds it counts down on that. Can you even see it? Not really. Channel. I should be doing this with gloves on. I think. Don't know. This one got it in the grooves. This one did not. Yep. Just get in the grooves too. Go. Give it the Buckley's treatment. Okay, this one here. Pick it up and get in the grooves too. And over the top piece. Just like that. I should be doing these ones. So I'll have one side. Is that one sanded completely? It is. Okay, check this. Okay, getting closer. That needs a bit overrode on that side there. Okay. One of these and one of these. Ah! I grabbed the nozzle. Rubido lanthanum. Been mostly lurking previously. 3D printing seems really interesting. any resources, learn about filaments. Well, basic filaments. If you are looking at buying a printer, most printers, when you get them, will come with a spool sample. Typically, it's going to be that company's favorite or that company's brand. So that is one option. As far as printers go, I recommend anything that you can repair. I have been using Anycubic, which uses some proprietary parts, and they are no longer supported. So I love the Anycubic printers, but my printers are discontinued, and those parts are no longer available except by third-party sellers. If you get a Prusa or anything like that, they are going to be a bit more expensive, but they are definitely worth it because they are repairable, for now anyway. Software, though, if you want to do your own designs, I recommend Blender. Whether you use the version of Blender that I'm using, which is an older one, I use the older version because I like its UI better than I like the new one. The new one has some more powerful tools in it. Blender, while it's not originally intended for engineering or prop design, you can still use it for that quite easily. It was designed as an animation tool, but it works very well for what I do. And when I get into sculpting, it'll be a whole lot easier to do. Blend everything together because it's all going to be in one spot. So Blender, it's a it's a free open source design program. There is a link down in the about section of my page there if you want to follow that link. That'll take you to a download link for Blender. And then most printers also come with their own slicer software. Usually it's Cura. I'm good with Cura. I don't find a need to use anything other than the slicer program that I do use. It's the one that came with my printer. One more try this way, I think, and that should cure that one completely. Okay, last piece here. I'm good. Sanding, though, finishing. This is I was saying earlier, this is the most tedious part of any project, is the sanding. The sanding and finishing. It's so tedious. Well, it's not really. The first thing to consider is a printer. Once you get the printer and the filament, start off with the basic filament that you want to go with is a PLA. That's it. Just any old PLA will do. Don't go with the really cheap ones. A lot of the really cheap ones, they are so bad that they don't print nicely, and you'll just end up with a lot of frustration. Go with the mid-range. They'll be more affordable, and they will print just as good as the high-range ones. I'm using one of the premium ones myself for my finished models. The finished models, I use Cause PLA for that. It's made by Polymaker. It is more expensive, but it makes finishing so much easier because it's easier to sand than the harder PLAs. The harder PLAs are difficult to sand sometimes. They print just as well, but they are difficult to sand. PLA is polylactic acid. It's derived from sugars and starches. So it's organic in nature. Doesn't decompose very readily, but it does eventually. Done some basic modeling with blend. Yeah, if you've done basic, I'll continue this after the ads, so nobody misses anything. Now we'll just continue on here. For those who don't get the ads, no worries. I will continue here, but I'll answer the question in a minute. Okay, now we can put these in a bit at a time. In you go. Ah, come on, don't stick together. In you go. I'm going to do a few at a time. Okay. Thought we can get some in the shadow, or the glare coming out of the box. This is why I need to build myself a bigger box. This box here that I'm using is actually what my wife and I use for our nails. When we're doing our nails ourselves, when we actually do our nails ourselves, this is the box that we use. It's just a UV light box specifically made for nails. But you can get, I have a floodlight on order right now. That will be coming soon. And I'm going to just put in a box and make it into a curing chamber. So as far as Blender goes, if you've already done some basic modeling in Blender, that's really all that you need. You've got everything. You've got everything that you need there for your modeling. The basic modeling is all that I do, and then I use a little bit more. I get into some detail. I'm going to make some modifications to one of the parts that I've been working on here. So we can switch over to that while I'm curing these. So if you give me a moment, I'm just going to open up Blender here. Is it there? Is that Grimoire there? No, that's the Dead Plus. Okay, I'm just going to go here, pull this over to this screen. Give me a moment. I just need to change the position of the camera, so I'm going to just kind of pop everybody out there. Shift it over to this frame there. My granddaughter gave me those flowers for Mother's Day. And just switch over here. I need to pull this monitor over. Okay, so there we go. Okay, so this is Blender here. I use an older version of Blender. I'll pull the microphone over here so you can actually hear me better too. Okay, so older version of Blender, and let's just pull up my Grimoire. Should still be in the recent. There we are.
Your balls are itching.
Oh my goodness.
You have to keep the gun on me, but dear God, it's like spiders are crawling all over them. Jesus.
Thanks, Gizmo. Love that reminder. Okay, so over here, all of these were done in just basic object mode. So I started off with every single piece started off with a cube or a cylinder or a sphere. All of it started off with just that, and then I just modified them, cut lines or reshaped them. That's all I did. Sometimes you build a piece as a negative, so you cut out the negative piece. Thank you for the follows, Marie. Thinking of doing some small doohickeys for the kitchen. Yeah, well, as far as food safe goes, no, not really. You don't want to use any 3D printed. 3D printing is not going to be food safe. The products, the filaments themselves can be food safe, like PLA and some of the other plastics are actually food safe, but the problem is the layer lines. Once you get the layer lines in there, which are, you cannot ever remove them completely, you will never have a perfectly smooth finish like you would with something that's been molded. So they will never actually be food safe because you will always have little nooks and crannies that bacteria can get into. So if you're going to use it with food, I recommend that you change that idea. Kitchen gadgets for holding things up or anything like that. I've made my wife a few things for her little pots of honey. When you come down to the very end of it, it kind of just sits on the edges and then it pools down. So to make it easier for her, I made this stand which holds the pot of honey on an angle. So it all pools down into one little corner. That sort of thing is fine, but if it's going to come in contact with food, don't. The plastic itself may be food safe, but in effect it's not. Those flowers are fantastic. I love them. They're, of course, you can't get blue, pink, and white in a flower naturally. That doesn't happen. These are colored with food coloring, but I love them. And a gift from my granddaughter was just amazing. She gave me my first flowers. I've never been given flowers before. That was the first one. So this piece here, this started off as a cylinder. Nothing, whoops, sorry, grab the right one here, and I'm going to pull it out to, let's see, we'll pull that to layer 7. Okay, so that one there started off as a cylinder. That one here, I printed off a replacement for one earlier today, and unfortunately, I screwed something up, and it made it very difficult to repair. So what I'm going to do now is, this is a little trick that I picked up a while ago. If you see here, printing this, you'll end up always with a support material inside. So because I print this facing the other direction, this is actually upside down. Let's see, all the pieces there. I need to create a cube right in here, and I like to keep it at 0.5 so I know what size I'm going with. So it's going to be 1 by 1 by okay, delete that cube, and now, okay, I was in edit mode, so I was editing the actual piece. I want to make a separate piece in here, so we go with a cube, 0.5, and it's going to be 1 by 1 by 1, so it's 1 millimeter across. We're going to rotate it on the x-axis 45 degrees. And then we're going to apply its rotation. So anything that I do now will actually change just its orientation. So there, or its scale in those two directions. So that's what I want to do here. I'm going to make it on the x-axis. I'm going to make it 30 wide. We're going to put it at 0. So it will go all the way across. And then this one here, so 3 across. And 3 tall should do. And if we pull this up to here, oh, it needs to be longer. There. Okay, so if I pull that up to here, it's gonna, if I use this as a negative and cut it at that point, we'll have this little peak that comes up. So that there, and we'll keep that right in 0.5, right there. So we've got that little peak coming out, and I'm going to take this piece now, the big purple one, and I'm going to go into transparent mode, and then we're going to take a Boolean out of that, difference, and we'll carve that shape out of it, and now we've got this little opening there. So we can take this piece here, delete that. This is basically how I've done every single piece for every single prop that I've ever made. So we can rotate this now or see what that looks like. So underside of it there, and this now has that little peak. What that peak's going to do is when we take this and we put it onto Cura. I've just got to bring this up here. I gotta grab my coffee. Must have coffee. So that one is recorded as which here? So the original piece is center latch. Nope. Delete. Recent. Latch cover. There it is. Okay, so that's the piece there, the original one that I had. I'm going to leave this one on the build plate, just going to move it up here so that we can see the difference. And I'm going to change the new one. So this one here, we're going to copy it. We're going to grab another. Oh, I forgot there's a winner to pick. Gizmo, you've won 75 platinum. Obviously, I know your information. Let's just grab this here. Put your name on the list for this week.
Yes, it's coffee time. Coffee, 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 coffee. Cappuccino. Java, yes.
One moment. May 12. Okay. And Gizmo. Got your info there. There we go. Save that. Why am I doing it on that screen? Okay. Then this here. I have a second instance of Blender out. And we'll just... Whoops, I need to copy this one again. Copied that. Second instance of Blender. There we've got that one, the new one. And where is... There we are. Green Feather has been streaking for 45 streams. Oh my goodness, dude, that is amazing. That is amazing, actually. Okay, so we've got this piece now. We're going to rotate it 180 degrees. So just zero that. Look at it from this side, and we're going to export this now as an STL file. Stick it in Grimoire STL's top cover, and that piece was called Cover Layer Latch Cover. That was what number? 3F. Latch cover there. Okay, so I number all my pieces, the pieces in which they, or the order in which they need to be printed. It just helps me keep everything in mind and know what I have and have not printed yet. So that's just a little quirk of my own. So that now will open up and it will be different than the other. So we'll go back to Cura and we'll put another one of those on because I saved over the old one. So the new one will be the new exactly what it shows as. And why is that so big? Why did that translate so huge? What? What on earth? Nope. I didn't keep the previous version. I oversaved. And I don't know why that print came out like that. At that scale. Whoops. Undo. 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 Edit. Undo. This one here. Delete that. Why did that one come out like that? Okay. Where's this here? That should not have done that. Something is wrong. When I save over old parts, it's very easy for me to recover. My Blender files, the blend files, I do not oversave. So I always have older versions of it. Let me see, where are we here? Back on Blender. So on this one here, not that one. Oh, I think I know what I did. That's what I did wrong. Okay, so I haven't saved this yet. If I save it, I would save it as 286. I'm just going to reopen this because I made an error. So open 285, and we'll go back to layer 1. Grab that piece. Where are we here? Underside. There. And we're going to duplicate it instead. And then move that to layer 7. And we'll work on that. Okay, so from the side, in here, we're going to create a cube at 0.5. Rotate it 45 degrees on the x-axis. Bring it down to here. Nope. 3 wide. Yeah. My error was making that way too big. 60 there, and that is 0, 60 wide. Okay, so that there, and then we're going to push this down into here. 1.5. I think my dogs are coming down. Okay. There, that's what we need. Does having a lot of previous versions take up? Yes, it can. Some of these files get very big. Because I keep every piece that I've ever done in each file, I never delete pieces, or I very rarely will delete pieces. So this here, now we're going to take this, we're going to redo this here. So we're going to do a Boolean function again. Difference, carve. That piece comes out. There we go. And we can delete that because that's just a throwaway piece. This now is the new one. We're going to copy that over to the other instance of Blender. Delete this one. Actually, I'm going to put the new one in just to be sure. See, there's the problem. I scaled this accidentally. So this one now will rotate back to 0. And we'll save this or export it again as the same thing. Latch cover 3F. There we go. Now we'll open up the old one. Back here. So this is the old one. And we want the new one here. So it's the same file. There we go. And I'm just going to rotate that to the same direction. Ah! Whoa, thanks, Genova. Good morning. How you doing? Yes. Oh, wow. Rotate that 90 degrees, and then we're just going to shift this over to here. And there we go. So the two pieces are basically lined up. Now if we select that one first, shift it over. So what I'm going to do is going to slice it. Hour and 41 minutes to print both of these at this scale, but you see underneath here there's these little marks. The red is where the support is needing to be printed. So this whole section on the top of this one is quite large. This is the old one. So that'll print a lot of material inside that hole, and I don't want that. I want it easy to remove. This one here will print so much less. In fact, if I adjust support, so support material, there we go, generate support. It's set to 45. I can increase this to 60. even less material there. This whole part down here I want supported, but this up here is only going to have 2 tiny little lines, if anything at all. I'm not going to worry about that. We're just going to leave it as it is. We're going to reslice this, and then preview of it being printed. It doesn't print anything in there at all. And on the other one, the blue inside there is all the support material that was giving me problems. So I had to drill that out. Yeah, the program itself calculates all these things. This is a slicer. Cura is a slicer. Like Fusion 360 or a number of other programs, they all do the same thing. They take the original file that I created in Blender and then converts it into a format that the printer uses. The printer uses a format called G-code. It's just layer lines and pathways. That's all it is. It's just calculates the flow and all that for each different material or each different part. And then it just calculates exactly how it's going to print it out, sets it into a G-code, and that's what you load into your printer. So this piece now, we're just going to delete this one here in the front, leaving us with this one. We have to go back to this side, and then we have to slice it once again. I'm going to leave it up on the top here. I have a print bed that uses it. It's a flexible steel sheet. Knowing how to tell it to use less material, insert. Yeah, it does. It takes practice. You just, when you've printed enough and you've removed enough material and cut yourself enough times, you know what you need to remove from the G-code. And that's all in the settings. That's all up down the side of this. This is the program that I use because it's simple. It's the first one that I ever used, and I'm on the autism spectrum. This is what I learned. I don't want to change. So that's how that works. I'm going to leave it in that position. We're going to save this. Oops. We're going to pop it into an SD card. Pop that in there. Oh, really? There's a problem with that drive again? Some of my SD cards are getting old and they need repairs constantly. Okay, now I'll save that to an SD card. And when the printer is free, the printer that I have the right filament on, when it's free, we'll actually just print that piece out again and we'll be able to prep it for final finishing. And that's how that works. It's 2 different programs that I use, Blender and Cura. There's also some other programs that I use just for graphics. That's just when I'm doing the beginning of my projects. Don't need to save that. This one here we do need to save, so File, Save As, 86. And we save that. So I haven't saved over it, but what you see here is on all of these. Let's grab this piece now. We can delete that one. Go back to layer 7, grab that, and move it back to layer 1. Layer 1 is where all the finished pieces go. All the completed, all the finished ones are all there. And you see this rod going through there. There is that little point there. I'm not going to worry about it. That'll be fine. In the finished product, it's going to be fine. But that's how that works. So each layer is, I use it for different things. This is just showing it open. It's just so that I can visualize it, showing it closed as well in the upward position. And then pieces here that I've been working on, modifying, changing here and there, I've left them out. And then in the last 2, these are all pieces that I've saved. I don't delete. So the file size builds up quite a bit. These are all pieces that I've used to cut it all out. I've got the original block designs for everything. All the different pieces are all in here. And how they look. All discarded on this last piece, or last one. So there's 286 files over 2 years and 4 months. to design this one. Like I said, I don't discard anything. I move them to a different layer and ignore them until I need it. If I need to go back, I can grab it. I can go in here, grab a piece that I'm looking for, and I just randomly poke at where it's supposed to be, like that, the skull, that piece there. All of these pieces are how I've done the whole build. So the original piece here for the scissors on it, and then the finished scissors, little bits of modifications here and there. There's so much that goes into it, and it's all keeping it in your head at the same time while you're working. But then you get to this point, and that's where the satisfaction of having this done now is just, that's what I aim for. And then everything else here is just bringing it to life, and that's where the tedium begins for me. I love the challenge of the design. Absolutely love the challenge of the design. Some of the things that I've had to come up with are how to, such as this piece here, or this prop, the Gunson Prime opens up to exactly 25 degrees from each blade, is 25 degrees off of the previous one. I had to build a mechanism inside here to limit it so that it only opens to the 25 degrees. That's the challenge. That's what I love about all this work, is figuring things like that out. How to get it to work, how to build it so that it looks like it. And then the other thing that I really love is how to actually light it up or give effects to the finished product that really show it off. And how do you duplicate void magic from the game? You can't. But you can make it look like there is some. So the pages on the Grimoire are layered together with multiple materials inside, so that they give that image of depth, but they're also built in such a way as to reflect blacklight. So that's where the void magic comes from. The pages have depth, or an illusion of depth, and they glow under blacklight. The cover itself also glows. There's points on the cover that actually glow in blacklight. You can see some of the coloring there, where it shows up a little bit purple. That is from the blacklight paint that I've used on it. Set that up, and we've got an ad break coming in, and I am going to take a little bit extra time, and I'm going to take a break myself. I need a little bit of a moment to relieve myself, and I'll be right back. And we're back. Thank you for bearing with me, and thank you for sticking around. And we're back on to the worktop. Back to here. I need a bit more coffee. Okay, so back to this here. Seems to be fully cured, so that's good. Let's move a few of these out and around. Those out, see how these ones are. Need a bit more light, I think. I think I can only do 2 at a time. Nope, that one still needs some more time. Cure those a bit more there, like that. Trying to get them in there so that they don't sit on top of each other. They are all exposed to the light. And see the timer now as it counts down. That's what we're working with. So we'll do a little bit of sanding here, get this one all polished up. What I try to do is these layer lines in here are the most difficult to get rid of. So this is why I want to try this and why it seems to be working so well. We got more. Okay. That is going good. Do I have the mic? Yes, I do have the microphone on. I have a habit of coming back from a break and not turning the microphone back on. I don't know why. It just happens. I think maybe the sponge might work. Good old sanding sponges. Feels amazing in there. I do not feel those layer lines. See how they feel like this. No layer lines felt. I can feel some of these. These ones are gone. That should take only a little bit of extra sanding there. And turn that back on. Careful, don't move the table too much. Spill my coffee all over it. You can't see the table moving because the camera is mounted solidly to the table. But you can see everything else shift. So smooth. Get in here a little bit more with the grittier stuff. I have a stiff one. That'll do nicely. Right in there. Huh. Interesting. I didn't realize that it was dimmer that way. Okay. still feel some layer lines. That is probably going to take a little bit more resin to get rid of. Or a lot more sanding. That camera will move. This one will move only very, very slightly. But you'll see in my coffee just how much the table is actually moving. That camera is actually mounted to the table as well, so my image will shift. Yep, the table jiggles. Is Dino just waking up now? Oh, thank you very much. Thank you for dropping by. Okay, see how this feels now. Yeah, I'm going to need to hit it with a bit more resin. But before we do that, whoa, I want to see how the original turned out. This is the original here. This is the original Grimoire, the prototype. I'll just move these out of the way. So that's it here. Just move the sanding stuff out of the way. Don't scratch anything before I set it down. That is the full, complete Grimoire. There have been a few changes, so the new model that I'm working on now, the one for DE, will have some changes done to it. Nothing that's actually visible, it's just in the way that it works. Excuse me, I got a sneeze coming. Sorry about that. But that's where we're at now. Got the prototype done. Now we're working on the finished one for DE. So at the last stream, man, thank you. My sneezes usually come in large batches, but that was, I think it's just the dust here that I'm kicking up. There is a lot of dust in here. My new workroom or studio will have better ventilation than this little closet that I'm in. And I'll actually have ventilation good enough that I can actually spray paint in it. So you'll be able to see some of that process too. How that's all done. I'll actually have a booth, spray booth set up inside so I can do the painting year round. This is my biggest handicap. Because I have such limited space here, I don't have proper ventilation in the house for painting. So I have to do all of my painting outside, which is very difficult in the winter months. So all of my props are rushed in the spring, trying to finish it for TennoCon if it's going. Design in the winter, build in the spring. coming off nicely. Smooth as glass again. Just love how the finish works. Thank you so much. Have a great day yourself. Thank you for dropping by. It's always nice to see new faces too. Yes, I know it's just a name that I see on stream, but for us on this side of the camera, that's the only face I get to see most of the time. Is your name. So on the face of it, that's how it works. I keep on that. Keep it curing in there. These things are put on a timer so that you don't get a sunburn. You know how long you've been in. The floodlight that I've got is not on a timer, so it won't be doing that. Won't be shutting off. I won't have to set it up every time. I'll just be able to set it in, turn it on, and forget it. I could leave it on for a couple of hours and get an absolute perfect cure. It's just a curing chamber that I need to make. Not for use with nails. Do not do your nails with that. You know what? I don't think there's enough layer lines left that will be an issue. Use the primer, and that should actually take care of all of that, all of the layer lines that are left. Get in here though. I think that one's good too. That one's done. So I've got back cover done, or front cover, the leather pieces anyway. Set that aside there. Let's see how these are doing. That's nicely cured. One out, all the way out. Those are perfectly cured. You can set these ones in there now. There we go. And we'll just sand these ones smooth. my goodness, they feel smooth as glass. Yes, it's a more expensive finish, but I think it's worth it. I really think it's worth it. That is really seriously as smooth as glass. That is shockingly smooth now. Okay, dust that all off. I'm going to zoom in on a couple here. So we've got a pair here. You can see the difference. There is a huge difference here. Okay, so one with resin applied and one without the resin applied, and then there's, sorry, with the resin applied and sanded down, and here's one that has no resin on it at all. The difference is huge. There's a few spots on this that need to be sanded a little bit more if I want that absolute perfect gloss, but I don't think that's even necessary because the paint that goes on is actually fairly thick and it will fill in the rest of it. And nothing there is going to actually show any scrapes or scratches. That'll be perfectly smooth and reflective when I'm done. I am so very pleased with how this is coming out. Zoom back out here. That is amazing how it's turning out. Let's see how this sandpaper works. Just as well. It's not as easy to control or easy to get over the edges like the foam block does. Because I'm dealing with a hard flat surface, but it still works. It's less awkward though. The foam block is a little bit awkward, I find. Here. There it is. Let's give away another 75 Platinum. Exclamation point rigged for your chance to win 75 Platinum, courtesy of Digital Extremes. Platinum will be awarded on Tuesday. Need some winners here. Exclamation point rigged. Where's my cursor? It's way over there. Sorry, Gizmo, when you hit 2, I'm not going to jump at the second one. I can't jump at the second one because I'm not on edge, or I've been alerted. That's what happened on Thursday. People were just hitting everything all at once, and once it started coming through, it's like, I didn't jump. Gotta spread them out a bit. Looks good. Exclamation point rigged. Exclamation point rigged for your chance to win. Got 75 platinum on the offing. DE has given me platinum to give away. I really do want to give it away. Don't like holding on to it, so it doesn't roll forward. Does nobody want free platinum? Another nice smooth one. This one's going to be a little bit tricky to sand the same way. But it works. It's good enough. Keep that going. This one feels a little bit sticky still. I don't think it cured as much. The other two are hard as rocks, so they're good. This one might need to go back in. This is harder to sand because of this piece right here. It makes it very difficult. Thank you for the follow, Scribblers. Scribblers? Scribbles. Scribbles? Can I call you Scribbles? Thank you for the follow. Now, if you play Warframe, type in exclamation point rigged for your chance to win 75 platinum, courtesy of Digital Extremes. Now, if you don't play Warframe, how did you find me? Just curious. Always like to have new people aboard. I just sanded my nail. Well, getting him backfilled on Friday. Didn't hear? Maybe my microphone's turned down a bit too much. I was just saying, if you play Warframe, type in !rigged for your chance to win 75 platinum, courtesy of Digital Extremes. And if you don't play Warframe, I'd like to know how you found out about me. What brought you here? I know there are a lot of people who do follow me who do not play Warframe. They follow because they like the prop work. There is 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the timer. ! Rigged for your chance to win. More, I think. That feels really nice. It's so smooth. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Now, I gotta see if the other printers... No, printer's still going. I have one piece that I need for this that is still being printed. Pitoiso, welcome out, welcome in. Hello, hello. Sentient Monkey, how you doing? Beautiful. That is just simply beautiful. Love how those are turning out. Let's see these. That seems good there. Also seems good. Okay. And also good. Let's do the harder one first. And entries are closed on that draw, so let's find out who our winner is. Winner is Genova Prime. You have won 75 platinum. When's the last time you won? A couple months ago. Beginning of last month. And hit save. There we go. Complete that. Oops, can't see here. Now you understand why Rap Tap Tap is creepy? Yes, you just finished the quest. Amazing quest. So rigged. It's always rigged. Why do you think you enter the word rigged? Halfway through? Yeah, that's, yeah, it's a good one. I'm not one for horror, but that was a really good one. I like creepy suspense, and that was good. I really like that quest. Now the sound for Rap Tap Tap, though, it is really creepy. Wow.
Nasty! I like it firm and fruity. Am I pleased to see you, or did I just put a canoe in my pocket?
Yes, I am jumpy. Thanks, Gizmo. Missed that one without Shum. Oh, I don't have anything in there. I don't know why I turned it on then. Don't need it on. It's just wasting power. Also for Genova. Okay. It is tricky sanding this one down. Too many pieces sticking up. My hand is starting to hurt. That is amazing. That feels so smooth. I have never had parts come out this smooth before I ever painted anything. This is the smoothest I've ever gotten them. Okay, that one's ready. Next one. Also, I think it's going to be difficult to sand. The sanding sounds really satisfying. What's really satisfying to me is how smooth and baby bottom glassy this is. A bit of ASMR. It's not an ASMR stream. But there are always going to be sounds. Yep, printer's still going. Music stopped. Wow. Okay. Why did that get minimized? Yeah. This block has a nice soothing sound. It's almost like seashore. it again. Sanded my nail. Due for a backfill, so I'm not that worried. Normally, I would wear gloves to protect my nails, but I hate wearing gloves. Always hated wearing gloves. This. Section. After this, I think we got to pull out the skull and hand again. Baby bottom smooth. Once again. Okay, last piece to sand here today. Well, finish sand. Not as smooth. This one is not feeling as smooth. It might need more of the resin on it. We'll see. My arms are actually starting to get tired from doing this. Yeah, this one needs more. More resin on this one is needed. It is not coming smooth. No matter. We'll see. Sand that down. Oh, hand is hurting. I am sanding ovals for the Grimoire. Making the second Grimoire. That is one completed Grimoire. Now I'm working on the one that goes to DE. The one that will be on display at TennoCon. There's just so many parts for it though. Today has been ovals. A lot of ovals. Oh, it's not so bad. Okay, so might have just been the sandpaper that I used to get most of it. It is coming smooth. Song really makes me bop. Feel. One spot there. I don't think it's enough to even worry about. The primer and paint. Layers of primer and paint will actually take care of that. So I need to hit it with primer first, then it gets hit with a layer of black paint, black gloss paint. That'll fill in even more. And then after that, it gets hit with the gold. Gives a nice, beautiful, smooth, shiny finish on that. I'll be clear coating every individual piece before I actually assemble anything on this one. There's too much to go wrong. So if I clear coat after the fact, I don't think it would actually turn out as good. Okay, that oval's done. That is all the ovals that I need to do today. So we've got 2 front pieces, 1 back piece, another back piece, 2 of these, and I do have 1 more on the printer right now for the front. So let's grab the... Okay, so those are completed. I should put all the completed parts in a box. I have another project box here somewhere. Give me a sec. Okay, maybe I don't have an empty project box. Okay, so I don't have an empty project box. That just... Oh, they're in the other room, which I can't open at the moment, so I'm not going to worry about it. Let's clear this off. And grab the skull. Okay, skull's behind me, I think. Nope, it's right here. There we go. We got a lot of very fine detail sanding to do, so this is going to be pretty hard, actually. A lot of this. Cannot use the sander, the electric sander. This has to all be done by hand, unfortunately. This piece here was the most challenging part that I've done so far for any model. Just trying to get the anatomy of the hand. Hands are hard to sculpt. This one I think is going to need a lot of resin. Oh, I hope so. Thank you, Phantom. The first one came out really good, but it needs some work. That's just because I was figuring things out, how to do it and how to put it all together, do all the finishing. Prototypes are to learn on. This is no longer a prototype. But you still learn off of the new ones too. Let's see if I can get in there okay. Glad I printed this as one piece. If I had not, I think the fingers would have been too brittle. But it does make all of this much more difficult. Ah, love the Sanctum. The Sanctum is gorgeous the way that was designed. Whoever did all the whole, all of the environment work on it, it's beautiful. The whole aesthetic for everything that came out of the Sanctum, the Grimoire, all of the vessels, everything, just is gorgeous. The whole theme. Cleaning this up, that's interesting. I don't remember doing this on the last one. I don't know if you can see it or not, but on the skull, I'll zoom in. Zoom right into the skull here. So you can see little bits of gold peeking through. That little bit of gold up in here. I did not do the final paint on that. That's fine though, but you see the gold poking through. What that is the technique that I used for this. It was primed, then it was painted, spray painted gold, a very thick metallic gold, and then after only about 4 hours of it drying, you spray it with the bronze, and then the bronze doesn't adhere to the points, and it just flows down in, leaving the edges, the high points, completely exposed with the gold underneath. that is what all of the little detailed pieces are supposed to be done with. All these ridges are going to be gold with the bronze flowing underneath it, and this is bent. Okay. The weathered away bronze, yes. So you get the gold color underneath it showing through. That's the effect I'm going for. I wonder, can this get in there? It can get in there, but I don't think it's gritty enough. It's certainly more forgiving than the sandpaper, but the sandpaper does a more effective job on this, unfortunately. Still need to get the knobs for the drawers and door in your coffee bar made. Oh, are you having them made by somebody else, or are you printing them yourself, or what you planning on doing, or turning them? Speaking of coffee, do I have more left? I think so. I do. Cheers. Oh. I love my coffee. Don't eat that though. Don't have a printer. Want to get Entrati Obels with the 8 murmur glyphs. Really? I think I'm missing something in the game. Don't think I hunted those down. I know I'm missing a lot in the game. There is a lot that I have missed. I tend to focus in on areas where I'm working on a prop, and I hyper fixate on that. And we have an ad break starting soon, and I think it is going to be in just a minute. I need to take a brief break and return a rental. The coffee has been going through me, so we're going to take another quick break as soon as I can get my mouse over here. And I will be right back. And welcome back. Should probably change the camera again. There we go. Now we're back into work. Hey Mila, how you doing? Good to see ya. Thank you for all your help the other night. Really, really, really appreciated. I did read through some of the comments that were made, and there is now an auto block or auto ban on that nasty one that you took care of for me. So if that phrase ever comes up again, nobody's even going to see it. It's just going to be, that person's just going to be automatically banned. So that comment, no, will not be stood up, will not be stand. Your aim was true. Yes, absolutely it was true. No doubt. Good shooting, kid. Okay. Some spots need to be sanded well, others not so much. The bottom of this is never going to be seen, but you know what? I still want to have it nice. Because I know somebody at DE is going to be going over this with a fine-toothed comb. They're going to be looking at it very closely, and I want them to. I'm far from being where I want to be yet, as far as prop making goes. Time would be great if I could narrow the time down, manufacturing time, but it's just not happening as fast as I want it to. And this is a hard spot to sand. Tip of the thumb. No, you can't really see what I'm doing. I've got it propped up against my tummy. Trying to do this. Sanding inside the thumb and the tip. Did we hit any milestone for viewers from Twitch? I think the only one we got was my personal record for how many viewers there were. This is going to a member of DE, yes. This prop will be going directly to Kaz. Kaz is the one who designed the Grimoire, determined the design language of the Entrati Labs, and has been a fantastic, huge influence on me for design. They've given me a lot of advice, encouraged me in a lot of areas to work on my technique, my finishing, and I want to make them proud. I want them to look at this closely. Yes, Kaz is the lead weapon designer for Warframe. After I did the Rumblejack, the Rumblejack, Kaz and I were chatting back and forth on Twitter, and they shared with me their original baked images from their design files. So the images are so highly detailed. This one here pales in comparison to what they've done. And my finishing at the time I did this was primitive. I've learned a lot more since then. I want to redo this. If I can get a resin printer, I would love to do a complete redesign of that prop and add in all of the detail that Kaz has in their design of the Rumblejack that never shows up in game. I mean, the detail is just staggering, and it can never be rendered in game. And then, of course, watching them do their own prop work, the Quelor that they did a number of years ago, and the way that it's finished looks absolutely beautiful. And I aspire to be that kind of to have that kind of finish and that kind of look for all of my props. Kaz is my benchmark. Oh, thank you, Phantom. You know who to send your coffee bar pics to. Yes. I like this. I'd like to see it. Really do. I don't really have a coffee bar. I have a section of my kitchen that is set aside for my coffee. That's it. I don't have a specific coffee bar. I would love to have something like that. Just set it up permanently, and that's just it. Not a side of the counter that I always make my coffee on. Make me coffee anytime I want. I might have to take you up on that. Alrighty, we'll see you soon. Like I said, this is probably the hardest piece of the entire prop to sand. There's so much detail here that needs to be very carefully sanded. Every surface. And I can't quite see what I'm doing. Where's my magnifying lenses? I didn't hang them back up. And of course, I've lost them again. I set things down and completely forget where I put them. Got them though. Now I can see what I'm doing. That's all I need. Just get in there. I cannot remember how much time it took me to sand the original of this. Had to have taken me quite a while. I used a sanding bow too on parts of it. I need to reload my sanding bow. Give me a sec. My small one. There we go, and strip of sandpaper here. And a ruler. One of these days I'm just going to make a straight edge that'll have the lines already marked, and I can just trim them out. Okay, so on edge, that to there, transfer it back here. And this piece. There we go. Not a knife. I do not dull my knife. This is one that I want to keep permanently blunted, so it works very well for that. This is a cuticle pusher. I do not use it for my fingernails. I do not use it at all for that. This is just strictly for prop work. Okay, let's put this in. Pop that up. Pull it tight, give it a squeeze. And close it up. Come on. There we go. Nice and snug. Not too taut. That'll do. Yes, we are working on the Grimoire for DE. This is the second Grimoire that I'm working on. The first one here I showed off on Thursday evening. That there is my prototype. Whoops. Just like that. I think it's gorgeous. And we are working on the one to go to DE now, and very carefully sanding the skull. And hand. Made yours in demon colors? Yeah, that would be pretty good. I have a few different color combos on my Grimoire, depending on how I feel. But I do like the default colors on it. Give it Uriel's colors. That would work. That would look pretty good, actually. I think I'm going to have to enhance the teeth. Teeth show up on this one. They did show up. Not as beautiful as I like. Okay, so I'm going to deepen the grooves a little bit as well as I go here, just so that they do show up a little bit more. Sand in there, down the side. Put the stalker floof near the operator chamber. Oh, perfect. I have yet to place mine. All my floofs go in my orbiter, because my orbiter is a floofy mess. Oh. Yeah, that is a creepy noise. Yeah. Okay, that was a jump. Get you for both there.
Your balls are itching. You have to keep the gun on me, but dear God, it's like spiders are crawling all over them. Jesus.
My God, that was amazing when she did that last year. That was absolutely hilarious. All right. Teeny tiny little pointy. There it is. I think I have a smaller one, narrower tip. That's a leaf blade, but it's going the wrong way. That's. Ugh. Thanks for that. This is square. I thought I had a sharp triangle. That's inside.
Lizard.
There's my buddy.
Lizard.
There's my lizard buddy.
Lizard.
I love the little bit at the end. Somebody recently shared a video of the lizard turned into rave music. I have it. I will use it. Just for fun. Just because it's the lizard. It's very long though. It's like 3 minutes. Might be perfect for long commercials or long ad breaks. I have to return call. That was a good one. Thanks. I think this is what I did on the last one. I think I ended up doing a lot of just enhancing this with the files.
Change the screen,
No.
jackass.
That's not intended to be a jump scare, but it worked, and I'm showing off what I'm working on here. I can zoom in for you so you can see a little closer.
Hey, I just want you to know I like your voice, but we can't hear you. You're muted.
I lost one here. I can't see it. Need the glasses again. With the lenses would help. They're interchangeable, so I can change out different ones. There it is. See, I couldn't see that part there. Right there. There.
Oh, damn.
Wow. Yeah, I keep hitting this button. Hey, part's done. The last part for the cover, the front cover is, the last oval for the front cover is done. Get this here, a little bit more this way. This is not easy. It's on the wrong angle for my hand. Just cut. Like that. There we go, that worked. I'll do the same on the other side just to make it even. There we go. Okay. Figure out how to make it absolutely correct. I'd love to get one that absolutely just destroys. I've never figured out a really, really good build for it, but its potential is there. There's got to be some way to actually make it so OP. I want there to be a way to make it OP. Give me a second. I'm going to grab that last oboe. So the build plate is still hot. It's only 60 degrees, so it's enough to actually keep it on here. If I bend the build plate right now, it's going to warp the part, so I'm going to let it completely cool. And then we can pull it off. So I can just set it over here for now. Leave it exposed to the air, it'll cool off faster. It does, and sometimes there are people who just know it intuitively. The Kengineer, he actually sits down and figures it all out by the numbers. Others do it intuitively and it comes out the same way. It's different for everybody. I've never been that intuitive, and I've had to kind of think about it a lot before I can do anything or figure out exactly what I want it to do, and most of it has just been experimenting. Try something different each time. Okay, sanding in that is tricky. You know what? I should probably make the teeth themselves a little bit more separated down here at the ends. Just like that. Separate the teeth themselves out. Let's use a file. Where is my leaf blade? That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Closer. That's the round. That's the square. I need to mark the profile on each of these. That's the triangle. Of course, it'll be the last one I look at is the leaf. Sorry, I should be doing this in camera, right? A little bit there. And zoom out. About there's good. Let's try the triangle one instead. This one might be a little bit better. Yeah, it's got more bite to it. There, I think that's got it now. They'll stand out a little bit more. Now you gotta figure out a unique color scheme for Daggett. Be interesting to see what you come up with. Personally, I never used Dagoth much. I used her when she first came out. With her a little bit. Oh, good morning, Nerese. How you doing? Wow. I'm awake. Definitely awake. Been lurking for a while, waiting for that, eh? Oh, by the way, I can't remember if I told you or not. End of the month, I'm going to be out in your neck of the woods. Mrs. Thies and I have a camping trip booked for the end of the month. So I'll be out by you around then. Don't know if I'm going to be able to have any of the stuff that I would need to do our heads or not. It'd be nice to meet up at least. We have we are members at a campground that is just down at the far end of the lake out by you. Go all the way around the water park and then right up to the very far end of that lake. Your only schedule is publicly posted? Well, I will take a look then. See what we can come up with. I'm not taking any time off from work. I'll still be working that week. Actually, we're out there for 2 weeks. Really looking forward to it. Just time to get away. Just need that time. Unfortunately, I found out that one of my co-workers has renewed his membership to the same campground, so I'm hoping he's not out there at that same time. Of course, I'll probably end up having to drive the truck every day to work, which I don't like. The truck belongs to Mrs. Thies. It's her truck. She's the one that likes trucks. I like small cars, and I love my EV, but the EV is not going to be easily chargeable at the campground. We can charge it using our level 1, but it might take too long. Getting there, so much fine spaces here. Trying to get into them. Might be better just to hit this one with the resin too. That can be done this way. Right across the cheek. Oh, the plastic surgeon I spoke to recently says my cheeks don't need to be touched. They're perfect as they are. You're a truck person yourself? And the Yaris is too... Yeah, the Yaris is too reliable. We've got a GMC Yukon Denali. It's our tow vehicle. We got it specifically to tow our RV. It's not something we want to be driving to work all the time because it's really awful on gas. My EV costs me less than $10 a day to keep running. On average, it's about $7 a day to keep it running. The truck is nearly 20 a day. Just in gas. Mrs. Thighs has always been a truck girl. Yeah, the Yaris is a pretty small vehicle, so it's going to be pretty dirt cheap for that. Once we get a level 2 charger installed where we live, it's going to be a lot cheaper for us to run my car, because then it's only the kilowatts that we're paying for, just the power, not the spot. When you use the public chargers, you're also paying for the spot. You're paying a little bit more because they want to make a profit. They're not allowed to make much of a profit, but they do make a profit. But BC Hydro cannot. They're not allowed to charge EV drivers for a profit. So they're only allowed to charge for the power usage. When you're charging at home, that's all the information they're going to get too. So once we have it set up properly, it'll be a lot cheaper. I'll only have to pay while I'm at work. And it goes on our monthly bill too, so there is that. Do need to leave some of these edges fairly sharp, just for the effect that I want it to have when I do the painting. It'll be really handy, a sanding rope. Just a coil of soft rope or string with grit in it. Gas went up 40 cents a gallon overnight the other day. Yeah, it was pretty much the same here. It hit us the same way. I mean, we're obviously measuring in meters, and it wasn't 40 cents a liter. It was, what was it? It was like 12 cents a liter it went up. It was significant. I was glad that we filled up the night before. I topped up the truck just the night before and got to work the next day, and it had jumped significantly. Yeah, I saw that just last night. We're coming back from Abbotsford, We're out at my son's place for Mother's Day, and coming back, we saw that it was it had dropped down again. Where we saw it, it was 191.9 per liter. And then we got into Surrey, and it was up to 219. And that's because the GVRD has extra taxes on gasoline because, oh, we just want to pay more. That is one benefit of working in Abbotsford. Filling up there is cheaper. But I have to take the truck all the way out to Abbotsford in order to fill up. And that is a 40-minute drive on the freeway. Look at that. Beautiful. I think it is time to hit this now with the acrylic. We'll get the resin on it now. Let's just give it a little bit more here. Oh. Thanks, Gizmo. Appreciate it. Really appreciate it. 20 minutes till noon. Yes. Okay, let's do something here. I have 2 more giveaways to do. So we are going to give away Platinum! Exclamation point rigged for your chance to win 75 Platinum courtesy of Digital Extremes. Means you're running 10 minutes late. Yep. If you keep your schedule the same way I do. Yep. Get on the ball there, girl. Okay, we're good. We can dust it off and hit it with the resin. Pick this up, don't need that now. Hand first. If you haven't been here the rest of the stream, or earlier in the stream, using this has been able to give these parts, once it's all cured and sanded down again, gives the parts a nice baby, actually, Android smooth bum. Smooth as an Android's bum. Stick it in there. There we go. Full 120 seconds there. And paper towel because I got it all over my fingers. Should have been wearing gloves because I got it on my ring too. Great. Smells like Buckley's. Seven minutes on the timer. Exclamation point rigged for your chance to win if you've not already entered. If you've already won once before, that's fine. DE only cares that it's randomly drawn. You can win a second time. Even if it's the same day. I don't care. It's not up to me. DE just cares that it's a random draw. Okay, gotta put these away or they will be messy. I should be able to pop off that last part as well. Okay, there we go. Yep, pops right off just like that. I love this stuff. This print bed is amazing. That just peels right out. Just helps with the bed adhesion. Just a thin brim all the way around, and we can sand it down. Right after this giveaway, we'll give away another one right away. That used to be the level that I would sand to before, or just finish this off with by hand. Now, with the resin, I'm getting a glass-like finish. There, that again. Go. Close that. I feel like I've got skin on my arm that isn't fitting anymore. Got the wobble going. And I'm getting the low battery warning on my earbuds too. Definitely time to look ahead and out. 2 minutes, 26 seconds left on the timer. if everybody has entered, we might as well draw it. So I can close the entries now. Closing the entries. And our winner is Gizmo.
That's definitely rigged.
All right. Gizmo has won. Mark that one completed. And mark it down on the sheet here. Copy and paste. There we go. And one more giveaway. Exclamation point rigged for your chance to win 75 platinum courtesy of Digital Extremes. The rig joking, yes. It's always rigged. It is always rigged. Somehow, somebody always manages to rig it. Alright. See who's out there. There we are. Oh, we know who we're going to be going to there. Oh, look. Look at that. I forgot to claim my floof. I didn't claim my floof from the other night. Oops. Now, who's got right here today? Okay. All right. We'll hit this one with a bit of resin too. Here. Oh, got a spot here. Need to trim out. Where is my... There it is. Right there. Exclamation point rigged for your chance to win the last platinum that I've got to give away this week. 75 platinum on the board. DE will award it on Tuesday.
Look, brothers!
Yes. They're still here. Wow. Thanks for that, Gizmo. All right, now we can hit it with the resin. That's good. Clear off this spot. Actually, I'm going to put it up like that. All the way around there. Looks good. And thank you, Gizmo. I have to call my own mother. I get up and go stream right away. Don't get a chance to give her a call right away. Because any cardamom is like bound to last me a couple of hours. It's always been like that. If I called her before stream, I'd probably still be chatting with her. There we go. That's good like that. Hit that once more. That in the shadow. And we can pop this in too. There we go. All set. I can go over here in the shadows. And I think things are looking beautiful here. They really are. A bit there. So I've got pieces here that are ready to paint. I'll have a few more in a minute or two. I'll be able to do those on my own this afternoon before I begin painting. These should be painted gold by Wednesday evening, and we're ready to set them on the plate, on the back plate of the page. So a bit more work to do on the other pieces, and then we're going to be going on to the trim pieces, the bronze ones. Keep that going, set this over here, and what do we have left on the timer? We'll let it go for another minute. Exclamation point rigged for your chance to win 75 platinum. Time for a few more entries and then we'll draw, and then I'm going to be rating out. Straighten this up a little bit while I have the chance, because if I don't, I'm lazy. Very, very lazy. That's sanded and ready to go too, so I might as well prep that one. This one as well, sanded and ready to go. Do I have the other one? I have one of them done, don't I? Okay. I did one. I only need to do the other, so which is the better of the two? This one looks like the better of the two. We'll do this one as well. Okay. Bit more resin again. That should be enough, I hope. And then round, round and around. Yes, I've been listening to Public Image Limited again. Go. And stick this in here too. That all the way in. And that to there. Clean off my fingers again because I got it on there. And that should be enough time. Let's see, we got... Oh, I gotta let the clock run out. Anybody still hasn't joined, entered the raffle? Exclamation point rigged for your chance to win. Got a little bit of time left on the timer. Just a wee bit. Turn this around too. That feels hard now. This back needs to be cured a little bit more. Get it completely in there. And let's see, what other pieces do I need? I've got 2 of these. Okay, those 2, this one, that there, that there, and these 2 need to be done. That's the front, these are the back. And that one in there. These are the back pieces, so I've only got these 2 to do, I think. Got 2 of those. Yep. So these 2 are the only pieces left to do. This one's been, yeah, this one's already got the resin on it. It is smooth as glass. That again, and timer is done in 4, 3, 2. It's paused at 2. And our winner is Abel Kitten. You have won 75 platinum. I'm going to need your in-game name and the platform in which you play on. And if you play, if you have cross-play enabled, your platform is automatically PC, regardless of what platform you play on. If it is actually cross-play enabled, it's a PC account. So if you can whisper me, or if you feel confident enough to share your name publicly, I'm going to snooze this ad that's popping up here in a moment. Because there's nothing worse than rating out on an ad. So Abel Kitten, if you can whisper me, let's see. Where'd you go there? There you are. Oh, I gotta do it up here. Whisper. Okay, so I just whispered you. You just need to reply to that with your in-game name and platform you play on, and I'll make sure that Uday gets you your platinum by Tuesday. And if not, let me know. You can whisper me back on Twitch and tell me if anything's gone wrong or you haven't received it, and then we'll be able to take care of that for you. But looking now at the time, it is 12 o'clock, and I'm going to have to raid out now. So we are going to, who was it here? Who was I looking at? I've rated there numerous times. Ah, yes. Good friend in France. Speaks both English and French. His streams are bilingual. We are going to White Angel. Another Warframe creator. And fantastic artist. He has done things like, oh, where'd they go? He does cards, mods for Warframe. I've got a couple Rotor Swell. He's also done a player card of myself in my cosplay for me. But heading out now, we're going to be raiding out to White Angel. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining me. I'll be back again on Wednesday evening, 8 p.m. Pacific time. And again, next Sunday, 8 a.m. Pacific time. Until then, everybody, have a great week. Stay safe and keep dancing.
Wake up, Tenno.
Hello, Magic. Oh, just for giveaways. Point d'exclamation play. Comment ça on dit déjà les points d'exclamation en anglais? C'est... Je m'en souviens plus. Je m'en souviens plus. Thanks, Magic. Just a few minutes before come back to Warframe.